Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kinophobia, and also creepy Nintendo music. I think I prefer the previous one. Let's go back to the playlist from yesterday. Let me go find where I need to do that. Not this one. Let's go to my history, and we'll just play that instead. I prefer this one. Alright. So last time, we have a whole list of stuff. A lot of notes that are here that are not showing up in here. I don't remember why. I don't know how to make stuff show up in the tool or in the matrix view. We're not really using the matrix view anyway, I guess. So we'll just stick with this. Our big old list of names, documents, stuff like that. What is it? Well, let's go back here and do, is it consult? Notebook about conclusions. So this is what we've currently got for sure. We need to get groups of 3, and we've got a bunch of names, and I think we need to do like roughly 24 total, which means we're still missing a lot. And for some reason we've got some of these wrong, and I don't know why. It shouldn't be that hard. We're just trying to figure out names and dates, but apparently we're pretty wrong about stuff. We are currently at look. We are currently in the basement archives, so there's stuff in here to look through. I think we picked up all the items in here, so we just need to look at the doors and stuff. Also, I did not notice this until like the end of last stream, but this is where we know where the exits are. I don't know why this is not at the bottom of the screen. This is a completely useless location for it to be. I'm going to... Do I have stylus? I don't have stylus. I should grab stylus. So I can move this to the bottom of the screen. Oops. No thanks. Anyway. So yeah, that's where we're at. We're currently in the basement of this location. Building 31. And yeah, that's the situation. As for what is it? The actual general plot. We are researching the mysterious once a year, like exactly once a year, deaths of people who were on the production staff of Armor Studios. Like at the end, like within a year of their last project completion, they mysteriously die. Doesn't matter where they are in the world, and it's been one person every year. I don't know what happens if like multiple people died. Just like randomly, it's just like unrelated accidents. It always seems to be an accident. They all seem to be drawn back here into the movie studios where this happened, and we're collecting clues, trying to exorcise 3 at a time, like we're freaking Obra Dinn or the Roottrees Are Dead or something. And we just need to know their name, when they died, which of the 24 or so years that they died, and what they died of. And we're currently still exploring. We've got a lot to explore. The entire map basically unlocked as soon as we did the first 3. So there's a lot of stuff to look into. Alright. So let's see. There's a safe. Let's go west. Let's go west. You reach toward the door, handle and hesitate. Inside the room is the heart of the haunting, its origin point. You shouldn't enter until you're prepared to enter. Alright, so this is where the end of the haunting is. Okay. Looks safe. High security, fireproof storage. It just uses a key rather than a combination lock. We have not found a key so far. Look. So basement landing. Stairs lead down. Metal door leads back to the offices. Anything else in the flight case? Look, flight case. A plywood box on take flight case. It's too heavy to lug around. Alright, lug around. So I think it seems like we've got everything except for where this key is. There's nothing on the corkboard left. It's large enough that it's held to the wall firmly by bolts drilled into the concrete, easily 10 feet across. Alright. If we go upstairs to the mezzanine... can I just type an N? Would that work? Look pit. Can't, okay. Dividers to create, meeting rooms and offices. U-shaped expanse. Alright. N works. Alright. Look carpet. Not standard corporate decor. Look window. Sort of industrial, but decorated with a tasteful deco arch on the outside. Sadly, the big. Okay. There does not seem to be anything else here. Alright. South, down, south. Reception. Anything else in here? Does not seem to be. Alright. Let's see. 3 stories? But we've only seen 2 stories. I guess technically, I guess the basement is a story, but I don't think that counts. You're not leaving until the job is done. Alright, let's go east. South. Look benches. Bench. Look benches? Indestructible concrete public seating, weathered by 30 years of neglect. Alright. Why can't I go west? Is that just like not there? Yeah, there's nothing there. It's just east. There's nothing here other than the bare concrete floor and the skeletal rusting scaffold from which lights used to hang. A wide hole in the wall where a barnyard. Okay. Alright. Let's look up these names. Alright. Les Resnick. Les Resnick was an American movie director known for his incomplete trilogy of acid westerns, Hanging Judge, One Night on the Prairie, and Moon Over the Rio Grande. Let's see. An American movie director known for an incomplete trilogy of westerns? Is that what it said? Of acid westerns, whatever that means. Resnick infamously walked off the set of The Moon and into the Mojave, along with the movie's 2 stars, under the influence of an unknown cocktail of psychedelics. The party got predictably lost, and Resnick never returned to civilization. There's something striking about the photo of him: a broad-shouldered man with a noticeable widow's peak. Cutting into his blonde hair. His eyes are staring directly into the camera, as if sizing up the viewer. Let's see. Notable works. Hanging Judge. One Night on the Prairie. Did I spell that right? Prairie. And Moon Over the Rio Grande. They capitalized the O. Alright. He walked off the set during production of Moon Over the Rio Grande, along with 2 other, 2 movie stars. 2 of the movie stars, under the influence of an unknown I don't know, substance. A cocktail of substances. And he never reappeared. On Geneva Drive, his bio is a whole nexus of speculation and conjecture. Almost none of it is about Resnick's work as a filmmaker. Resnick was apparently the leader of one of the many New Age cults popping around California in the post-war period. His particular version of it was called the Silver Dawn. He was the leader, according to Geneva Drive, he was the leader of a cult called the Silver Dawn. Alright, that's one other thing to look up. Alright, let's look up film file first. You look up film file on your phone. Founded in 1954 as America's source of cinema news and analysis, film file explicitly billed itself from the start as a more serious analytic alternative to a celebrity-focused movie mags of the era. Modeled on the French critical magazines of that same era, which were founded and staffed by filmmaker, theorists, culture critics who were in the process of reinventing cinema, film file helped induce many a boomer and Gen Xer into the world of calling movies films. It was instrumental in launching the careers of several movie critics, probably the greatest of them being Leslie Susskind. Today, alright, I'm just gonna just copy this, but even today it still publishes a quarterly glossy edition that you can subscribe to for way too much money. That's a new name to look up. What's his name? Leslie. And we don't need that anymore. Wait. What did I add that to? Wrong thing. Alright, there we go. I don't need this anymore. Let's delete this for now. Alright. Linda Fagan. Linda Fagan's final movie role is One Night on the Prairie. A few years after that, she retired from acting as part of her very public conversion to extreme fundamentalist Christianity. The church she started with her new husband, Reverend Jim Coombs, was one of the first to truly exploit the medium of television to bring salvation to the masses. She died alongside several others in 2014 when her private jet had an engine failure and crashed into the Rockies. She's probably not related. We'll make a note of her. Notable works. One Night on the Prairie. Final film. Alright. After retiring from acting, she retired from acting as part of her public conversion to fundamentalist, fundamentalist Christianity. She founded a church alongside her husband, Reverend Jim Coombs. Reverend Jim Coombs. She died in 2014 during a flight on when her private jet crashed into the Rockies, I think, after an engine failure. I don't think she's particularly related to anything, but you know, might as well. Alright. Uh... Alright, so we want to know Victor Sarvis kid's name, so let's find Silver Dawn. You know what, let's do this dead end first. Jim Coombs. Jim Coombs was one of America's most infamous televangelists, the founder of the controversial Planetary Broadcast Church. Alright. A televangelist and founder of Planetary Broadcast Church. He died along with his wife, Linda, in a plane crash in 2014. Alright. Hello? Alright, now we look up Silver Dawn. Oh, wait, let's look up this one first. Planetary Broadcast Church. Alright, Planetary Broadcast Church is a conservative evangelical megachurch based out of Sacramento. Early to the televangelism game, the PBC quickly became a fairly major competitor in the increasingly crowded field of the 1970s Jesus freakery. They're still around. One nonprofit that tracks the political spending of the right-wing Christian groups in the US describes their belief as a fluid, convenience-driven melange of prosperity theology and law of attraction ideas, covered up in an overarching narrative of walking away from the worldly vices of abstaining from the mainstream entertainment. However, after Reverend Grant Coombs took over the church in 2014, the organization was rocked by a series of major sex scandals and lawsuits. The same nonprofit marks them as inactive politically. Alright. I mean, a name popped up, but I doubt it's important. We'll see. Let's just do this. Their beliefs are. Why is that highlighted? Syntax highlighting is bad. Just in case. I doubt it'll be anything, but we're gonna look these up. Conservative, evangelical, megachurch, founded in the 70s, based out of Sacramento. It was taken over by Reverend Grant Coombs. In 2014, before succumbing 2014, after which it became rife with sexual scandals and lawsuits. Alright, one last look. Yeah, alright, nothing important about him. Alright. So let's see. Silver Dawn. The kinetic order of the Silver Dawn, no points for originality there. Doesn't seem to exist anymore, but plenty of information can be found online. Alright. The kinetic order of the Silver Dawn is a defunct order? Religious order? It's a Hollywood twist on the classic Thelema formula. Thelema? Mystery cult. Alright. With layers of inner secret knowledge all centered on a charismatic figure. Their particular obsession seems to be the idea that you could entrap demons in celluloid film and make them do your bidding. Their obsession is based around the idea of being able to trap demons on celluloid film to force them to do your bidding. Yay. Which, sure, you can trap demons in almost anything. One time in Guanajuato, you ran into a possessed pair of nipple clamps. It's not as fun as the amateur warlock in question was envisioning. Alright, that's unrelated. A Geneva Drive user helpfully uploaded a good collection of photos of Silver Dawn participants in rituals. Lots of people in flowing white robes standing around in foreboding posts. Posts? Standard cult stuff. The most noticeable thing about them is the presence of Les Resnick himself, doing his best Aleister Crowley impression. He really had an knack for looking right through a camera lens and at an audience. Maybe he should have gone into acting instead of directing. Does not seem to be related. Geneva Drive has photos of rituals and participants, in particular featuring Les Resnick. Alright. Looking much like Aleister Crowley. Thelema? Okay. Alright. So that's kind of a dead end, unfortunately. Leslie Ann Suskind. Active from 1962 to 1993, was widely considered to be either the greatest or most controversial film critic of her era. Writer both of violent takedowns of popular movies and appreciative analyses of misunderstood gems, Suskind is always too idiosyncratic to define the critical consensus, but too smart to be ignored. Basically the patron saint of both loving and hating movies. Her best known essay is probably The Wallpaper and I. Alright. A movie critic who was active from 1962 to 1993. That's pretty wild. She died in 2005. She was most known for violent takedowns of popular movies and appreciative analysis of forgotten gems. Underappreciated. Well, we'll just quote it. Appreciated gems. Oh, it's misunderstood gems. Notable works. The Wallpaper and I essay. I guess we might as well look it up. Wallpaper and I is Leslie Ann Suskind's classic film essay about Brief Candle. Alright. I guess we'll add that. Brief Candle. 1987. Not so much a review as a long and intricate historical essay. It writes about the role of women in movies through the lens of their role in society, through the lens of their role in literature, like a Matryoshka doll of analysis. The whole thing is anchored by going back to Gregory Korda's last film, as well as the original short story it's based on. Alright, Brief Candle it is. Let's see. Gregory Corda's last film. Psychological horror about a woman with severe agoraphobia. Loose adaptation of the yellow wallpaper. The script, written by Corda himself, evolved into a claustrophobic... Okay. Horror story that was shot entirely end-to-end in a single soundstage right here in Amateur Studios. Who, what's it called? Includes herself after the death of her husband. Whose adaptation of the horror... It was written, the screenplay was written by Corda himself and filmed at Armature Studios. In a single soundstage. A search for Brief Candle on Cine Insider only raises one mention of it in a thread about the industry's most baffling successes. Apparently this was disturbing and unpleasant low-budget horror movie made by a man trying and failing to exercise his guilt over the death of his best friend. Was in fact the 12th highest grossing movie of 1987. One user comments, it's like Corda literally couldn't fail no matter how hard he tried. Alright. The 12th highest grossing film of 1987, despite its low budget and disturbing nature. Corda is noted to have made it while guilt-ridden over the death of his best friend. Who is his best friend? One of those people from the Sunset Six, I guess. Alright, let's look up a few other things, I guess. But first, let's go to Armature Studios and add this to the list. 1987. Brief Candle. Alright. So we're still missing a few. 1973, 1974, 1975, 1976, 1977, 8, 9. And we're missing 80? 83. 86. 1993. And that should be it. Alright. I did look up Fix It All at some point, right? Atlas Obscura. Doesn't matter. We do know that someone died because of it. Alright. Now I just need to find, put together a list of names. Thanks for the tense violin spots. I mean, we could always just do consult notebook about persons. Long list of names that we can... There's like way more names than we're gonna use. Alright. So what have we got? We looked up these. They were not important people. Uh... 1984 independent horror film about a woman cursed by heat. Alright. Lena Gomez. Noted scream queen of the 80s and 90s, Lena Gomez has been in a couple of dozen horror movies. I already posted up a quote from an old interview. I like to either play the monster or the final girl. Anything else is boring to me. That's funny. That's where I live, you know? The line between the innocent and the demon. My goal is with every movie is that if you go in without seeing the trailer, you're not sure which I am until the third act. Alright. Work it, girl. Oh, The Job. Surreal 1982 independent horror movie about a woman. Okay, we looked at this before. Nothing exploitation. You're never sure with any girl. Alright. Did we... I think we did look this up, right? No, we didn't. 1963 Les Resnick Western starring Victor oh no, wait. Maybe we did. Maybe this is where we got Linda Fagan. While it wasn't actually shot entirely as one take, all the cuts in the movie are carefully hidden with camera movements to create that effect. An impressive feat for a movie on a pretty tight budget. The movie is also notable being the first relatively respectable movie Gregory Cordo worked on. He was the director of photography. Oh, okay. One Night on the Prairie. Cinematographer or director of photography. Is that what it said? There were a couple of other names mentioned on Les Resnick. Alright, I need to install something. History. Edit history, font size history. Maybe there's already one. No? Recent files. There you go. So, hanging judge. 1961 Western about a cruel judge who likes to hang men for any minor crime in the town that he terrorizes. Nowadays, it's noted as one of Harry Greer's earliest film roles, even though he already had a kind of craggy old man face. It's weird seeing him do the titular judge's scowl on the movie poster, knowing how later in his career he was typecast as gentle, avuncular old man. Alright. Moon over the Rio Grande. The movie was never finished, while the production is pretty well documented. Les Resnick's Wikipedia page has a whole section on it. No actual footage survives other than some screen tests. What is known is that the movie was a grueling runaway production shot mostly on location around Primm, Nevada. One of the main sources on it is Tom Linnell's memoir. Let's look up Tom Linnell, I guess. It was like there were two productions. One production was a group of relatively serious actors and a fairly experienced film crew trying to make a difficult movie under less than ideal circumstances. The other production was Les, Linda, and Vic, trying to advance humanity's collection of knowledge about psychedelics. It was never going to work out, but I owe my career to that failure. Linnell would go on to co-star with Jen Corda in The Ballad of Jenny Lynn. Vic. We've seen a Vic before. Victor Sarver. Linda, Fagan, and Les. Alright. Tom Linnell. Alright. One of those, still not dead. One of those guys who started in a few movies as a fresh young face and had a successful character actor career once the boyish good looks faded. He's known for the co-starring role in The Ballad of Jenny Lynn and for playing Andy Savinsky's dad in the Rewired movies. Andy Savinsky! Alright. An actor who transitioned from boyish good looks, becoming a seasoned character actor as he grew older. He starred alongside Jen Corda in The Ballad of, what's it called? Of Jenny Lynn. And played Andy Savinsky's dad in the Rewired series. Then in the 2000s, once he started slowing down and wasn't regularly acting, he reinvented himself as a writer. In his 2005 memoir of his years in Hollywood, his 2005 memoir of his years in Hollywood is the kind of book that's on the shelf behind every film analysis video essayist. He also wrote a series of moderately successful detective novels set in his native North Carolina, where he lived until his death in 2018. Or he died in 2018, okay. So he's not one of them. He again transitioned. This time to being an author. His 2005 memoirs are very popular with video essayists. And he also wrote a series of mystery novels. Ari finds an interesting thread on Cine Insider purporting to be a review of Linnell's memoir written by someone who lived through that era of Hollywood. Cine Insider has a post about, has a purported review of his memoirs from another insider, from someone who was involved in those days. The original poster includes that everything Linnell writes about probably did happen, but he leaves some things out, that he has a tendency to be candid about his enemies but cover up for his friends, basically. One tidbit catches your eye. Okay. Although most things are true, Linnell had a habit of papering over flaws of his friends. Notably, one of the weirdest inconsistencies is how Linnell describes the circumstances of Les Resnick's disappearance. He consistently talks about them walking in the desert with Linda and Vic. And speaking candidly of his enemies. Notably, if you read any of the several newspaper reports from that time, they all talked about Resnick being with 3 other people when he went into the desert and vanished. He was the 4th person then. Probably someone Linnell liked more than Linda or Vic. Although Linnell speaks only of Les Resnick, Linda, and Vic. Did I not look up Victor Server? I thought I did. And Victor Server, disappearing into the desert. The newspapers speak of a 4th person whom Linnell might be friends with, and thus covering it up. So Victor, okay, let's look up Victor Sarver. I'm pretty sure we did. We already looked him up, but died last December from complications related to heart surgery. So yeah, he's dead, but he's also not. What's it called? He's not related to those. Oops. Okay, so Andy Savinsky is, I guess, the main character of Rewired. Yeah, okay, so Andy Savinsky is not an important name. I don't remember. I remember it was mentioned who was playing him, but I don't remember who exactly. Let's see. Along with the movie's 2 stars, but who was who was the third, the other person who went with them? All right, how do we know about Jenny Lin? I mean, it's gotta be Jen Corda, right? The curse ends with Jen Corda's death. Could she have been behind it? Alright. Commercial smoke and mirrors. What was the other thing? I was gonna look up something else. Ballad of Jenny. Wait. First feature film, a cheap little western, essentially made from scraps. This is 1964. Left over when Moon over Rio Grande project fell apart. The movie had a limited theatrical run and it was largely unknown until Corda's subsequent fame and success carried it to be rediscovered. Ari shares an old Pace magazine review that gets at the movie's place in history, sometimes sexy, sometimes subversive. Alright, well we know that Jenny Lin starred Tom Linnell and Jen Corda. We also know that it was apparently made using the scraps of Moon over the Rio Grande. Does that mean that they used I guess they didn't. That doesn't necessarily mean that they used the same actors, or like that these were already possibly related. Alright, let's look up commercial smoke and mirrors. Venerable Effects House responsible for many of the most impressive special effects in all kinds of Hollywood blockbusters and franchise movies. Starting around 1978 through 2012. The brand still exists, but it's now just an umbrella for a bunch of digital-only VFX houses owned by the same holding company. The original model shop and soundstage they operated in LA was shut down and sold off, and none of the original staff remains either. Alright, I guess that's not important. We'll keep track of it. A special effects company. Notable works. There's a lot, but apparently Rewired is one of them. Levin Sorensen. You are 3. Andrew Lord. T. Wait a second. Wasn't there like a... Look, box set. Did we find another... Do we use this? I don't know if we use this. Alright, let's save. The 6th. Well, let's say you might try touching various things. Oh, okay. Alright, let's restore. And just go to a place that has something neat. Oh, wait. Eat file. Inventory. Touch harness. You reach out and try to make sense of the memories imprinted in the webbing harness. At first, the imprint is one of confidence, almost warmth. Someone used the harness to control or handle an animal. Someone who felt used to it, relaxed even. And then it very suddenly flips. Stripes, sharp claws, pure terror, and the taste of blood, then nothing. Someone used this thing shortly before they died. Alright. So let's see. File. Reactions. Alright, psychic reactions. Activated by consuming the contents in the file. So we've got the harness. Webbing harness. Someone was killed by an animal. That kind is murdered? Let's see. Eat file. Why do I have a chain? What is this chain that I have? Touch pliers. Which parking lot? Alright. Let's see. Shotgun microphone. Eat file. Alright, shotgun microphone. You see a blurry tableau. 2 actors, one dressed in Elizabethan costume, another in an ordinary late 70s casual wear. The feeling of something cold and metal in your hands. A microphone boom? Hands feeling the end of the metal pole, finding something is missing. The plastic cap that would normally cover up the jagged edge of the aluminum pipe. The inner ear lurch of losing your balance is falling from a scaffold, an elevated position. Falling to the ground and thinking you're okay for a split second, then the boom pole falls down, the sharp edge impaling itself on your neck. Well, that's a way to die. You try to shake out the hallucination. There's a throbbing in your veins, like your blood is itching to escape. Someone holding the microphone was stabbed after falling. After falling from the scaffolding. Alright, eat file. Again, we're gonna eat the files. So many files. Whiskey. Alright, whiskey. bookshelves. Do we know of any place like that? Wood paneled room, bookshelves. Alright, it doesn't seem like we have anything else that's particularly psychometrically active. Why do we have a chain? Eat file, touch, spirit level. Alright. I guess we're looking around. Go to archive. Go to basement landing. Oh. Wait. 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 Alright. Let's see. Go down. File storage, rust on the walls, square scuff marks on the floor, where rows of heavily filing cabinets once stood. Alright, so it's probably not here. Look box. Anything else in the box? The lid is missing. Alright. Look toolbox. Anything else in here? So, up, south, up, north. It doesn't really say what this is made of. South, down, south. I mean, we're just gonna be exploring each of the locations, right? Parking lot. Maybe we could touch something here. Maybe it's the other parking lot, actually. Hold on. East, east, north. What? East, north. Is this the lot that it's talking about? It has to be, right? It says parking, but... File, touch pliers. Alright, nope, it's the other parking lot. West, west, south, west. Eat file, touch pliers. Alright. Examined at the parking lot. You smell engine oil and gasoline. Beyond that, you just get a stream of conscious series of thoughts. Go out with the starlets. He thinks I don't know. He thinks I won't do it. He just drives her around in a stupid sports car, takes her places. He never takes me places. Fucking do it. Crash his pretty red car, make him fly off the interstate, and I'll laugh and laugh and laugh. Alright. Go to building 32. Really? East, north, east, east, north. Lesser office. We still need a key for this. We need 2 keys. I mean, these ones gave us different impressions based on locations, but... Mm, what paneled room? Eat file. Touch whiskey. No. Southwest. Wait. Wait. Let's try eating. Eat file. Touch mic. No. Nothing different. Look for furniture. Alright, eat file. Touch whiskey. No. Dressed as a grungy warehouse. We'll just try it a bunch of times. Alright. Where could this be? Seward Street. Wait. Chain link fence. Northwest. Lot 21. That's weird that it lets me go this way. Oh, might as well. Service link to the southeast. Something about the geometry of the walls. Studio persistent air current. Little eddies of wind dragging dust around the pavement. Can I touch other things? Like if I were to go to lesser office. Eat file. Touch sealed door. Okay. Nothing. Go to... Okay. So go south. West. Let's go south again. Eat file. Touch furniture. Nothing. Alright. Eat file. Touch chair. Nothing. Alright. Just open concrete space. One of the studio gates is to the east. The service lane exits to the lot to the southeast. Feels significantly unhelpful right now. Perma chain link fence, but you can access one of the open lots to the north. Southeast. Most of the space is taken up by one large workbench. Was there really nothing else here? I guess southwest? No. Oh, just directly south. Eat file, touch whiskey. No. Alright, go to mezzanine. Let's just do it here. Where is this room supposed to be? Hello? Am I missing something? Where is there a place I know that has bookshelves? That's where I just tried it though. Gate controls the rest to the west. I feel like we've been everywhere. This is the one with the barn. These two have just have a bunch of, like, this is the chair. This is the furniture. This one we went to is... Did we go there? I don't think it'll work, but I guess we... We should look at Griffith Park. Go to page 13. Oh, that's the one with the catwalk. How do I disambiguate? You silly Billy? We did go here. This one has the weird door, the sealed door. Alright, we'll look up Griffith Park since that's not something we've checked out yet. Griffith Park. 1950 is a post-noir movie about an image-obsessed movie star and a cinematographer on her latest feature, who then gets roped into a psychosexual game of signs, symbols, images, fog, things of that nature. It's a Stone Cold classic that's been put on pretty much 100 great films, so not important. Vista Studios. Company that operates sound stages and studio lots in the LA and New York City areas and rents them out to film and television production. Sunset Vista Studios is what they're calling the newest iteration of an attempt at rehabilitating the old Armature Studios lot and putting it to good use. Their website claims it's soft launching in 2026. Optimistic, even assuming they can deal with the ghost problem. Vista is owned by a real estate holding company, which is owned by an offshore investment firm, which is part of some charbel with more money than God. Standard Film. It's one of the original majors. Standard Film brand is one of the main movie studios in the US. Like all other legacy film studios, it's spent the last 20 years being bounced around from merger to spin-off, getting absorbed into one of the monopolistic corporations du jour and then spat out. Right now it's owned by a corporation whose principal business is leasing cloud compute. Alright. Might as well. Vista, Melbourne. Oh, Melrose, not Melbourne. It's still not something I have to look up. Alright. Oh. Oh, sorry. My alt tab stopped working. The site is a full stack AI native digital engine and for content creation from the writing room to the editing bay. Let's see. We need to find a key somewhere. Where do we find a key? I'm missing something. No, wrong set. Look ladder. An open hole in the wall leads outside to the southwest. Why is that the direction? The lattice is steel used for holding lights and other equipment, not barren and gently rustling. It also supports a catwalk on which you're presently standing. That would have been used to manipulate that equipment. I mean, you'd think that the secret doors would be on the exit list. Scar to Pinewood running corner doesn't look like anything of relevance. Look wall. Look east. Look file box. Is there anything else here? Take file box. We're not looking around. Look gate. Passage east of the Romaine Street is blocked by a semi-permanent chain link fence. Look fence. Maybe there's something here. One telltale sign is a compressed air. Look, hose. Take hose. It's just scenery and can't be taken. Look, workbench. Nothing here. Look, shelves. Look, scaffold. Look, door. Your standard push bar door. Look, hole. Alright, this is not particularly helpful. Similar, some may have died up to a year after their final film came out. We know this. You know, I died right here in the studio lot or halfway across the world, but their souls are okay. Notebook. Consult notebook. Not exorcism. There doesn't appear to be anything else here, really, probably. Animal attack is something we can, is a cause. Alright. Suspect Les Resnick died of, overdose. I guess we know what year he died, right? Les Resnick. His last film was Moon Over the Rio Grande. 1964, so it would have been maybe 1963. That would have been too early, though. He wouldn't be part of the... He wouldn't be part of the thing. Note Boko. Alright. Thank you for not having notes me. Galveston Syndrome. This little actress who played minor roles and died shortly before the wrap of her final film role. Shortly before the wrap of her final film role. Okay. We know which, when all these happened. So let's do... Alright. So Cathedral of Mirrors, Outrageous Fortune, Double Act, Sherman, and Quantico. We don't have Sherman listed, but I think that's because it was not in the, yeah, it was in 1970. Alright, so she was in Sherman, Quantico, Outrageous Fortune, and Cathedral of Mirrors. So it was filmed during Cathedral of Mirrors. It was during the wrap, so it would be 1978. Why did it say 1975? Fact, Annie Serpico died in 1978. Excuse me, numpad. Oh. 1977 then. Your puzzle pieces are beginning to click together in your mind. You realize that you're right about the fates of Annie Serpico, Evan Osberg, and Louis Lepore. Nice! Let's go! Consult notebook about conclusions. 77, 78, 79, 84, 87, 90. Alright. James Dahl, 1997. I looked over Miss Meyer's contract for Cathedral of Mirrors and looked completely fine from your end. Car accident in 1976. I guess the other car, so he, maybe he's just an accident. Suspect Harry Glyphodus died of accident. But someone said that, yeah. Robert Seagal. Did we ever look that guy up? He died in 1999. 77, 78, 79. So we need these ones. Maybe, I don't know if this one will have one. So they're still around. Yeah. Alright. We don't care about Paste Magazine. We don't really get much mention of Hero of Two Worlds. I mean, I guess we might as well put, this. Oh. Huh. So she's not part of the curse? Unless James Dahl is just wrong. Wait, James Dahl has to be wrong then. Let's put that there. Her in there. James Dahl. It figures. So yeah, okay, so he's 1986 then. Probably. Consult notebook about conclusion. Principal contents of the documents are intact. James Dahl was found dead in his apartment, having drowned in his bathtub. Alright. Louis Lepore. Alright, so nothing particularly of note there. Why does it say ghost of Gregory Korda? His ghost did not do that in 1987. Alright, fact, Harry Greer died of murder. How do we know about Harry Greer? He died in his home in 1993. Alright. Some agent, lawyer, exec producer getting cooked out of his mind and flying off the interstate was a weekly occurrence. Wait a second. The photo says a Corvette. Oh, da, 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 da. But he's a lawyer. I guess he's going out. He does maybe go out with starlets. I don't know. Maybe? Maybe his brakes were cut. Casual late 70s wear. Well, that's gotta be Hamlet, right? Maybe? Or the fake Hamlet. Outrageous Fortune. So whoever died with the boom mic died in 1976, I think? Do we know any boom mic operators? Alvaro Ramirez. There we go. All right, we got another 3. Consult notebook about conclusions. We don't know how Jen died. Trent Green. James Dahl, it seems, has not been confirmed yet, which suggests that he's wrong in some way. Perhaps the year? Did you know how Quarter died after they started making bad movies? Yeah, it's like a switch flips and the studio isn't invincible anymore. Do you think you know why that is? I have a guess. Okay. Green died in 1994 of illness. But he was out of the industry for years at that point, so he's not 1994. How do I remove him? Alright. We'll figure that out when we have to put 1994 somewhere. Alright. Did we look up any of these? The scale's 1993. His bio says he died in 1992. An imitator to some better serial killer movies. Alright. We got names here. So what is this? Is this Armature Studios? Who knows? Yes, it is. Alright. So this is 1993. The scales. True. Let's see. Aldous Moore, writer. Dominic DeSoto, lead actor. RE selects a few contemporaneous interviews that all seem to pan the movie for its unconvincing plot about an Anubis-themed murderer obsessed with weighing people's hearts to determine if they're worthy of life. They also turned to Dominic DeSoto, the movie's top-billed actor. DeSoto was a relative unknown trying to make the jump from soft-core, direct-to-cable fare into illegitimate movie acting. It doesn't seem to have worked out for him. Interestingly, looking up the movie on Geneva Drive does bring up some more information in the form of some blurry scans of a magazine article about the movie. The article, attributed to Michi Nakai, talks about the movie as Armature Studios' last-ditch effort to stay afloat. It's this portrait of a scrappy, skin-of-your-teeth production with an island of misfit toys worth of oddball crew and cast members. Alright. A serial killer movie about a wannabe Anubis weighing the sins of his victims. Let's see. Film star Dominic DeSoto was attempting to move from direct to TV films to the big screen, but it didn't work out. According to Geneva Drive, an article by Michi Nakai talks about the movie as Armature Studios' last-ditch effort to stay afloat. State 1983. Alright, that does add two names for us. Dominic DeSoto. There's no real biographical information about Dominic DeSoto anywhere online. He has TMDP page, which lists a long string of what seem to be cheap softcore movies, most never released theatrically. Then he stars in The Scales and nothing else. Alright. Michi Nakai is a film critic. She worked in 2000s. Her work tends to focus on cult auteurs, marginal filmmakers, actors known for bad movies, and so on, the weird edges of the movie world rather than big stars. Nowadays, she has a very seldom updated newsletter, but through the 90s and 2000s, she worked extensively with magazines, both specialty outlets like Filmfile and big mainstream national news mags. Geneva Drive loves Michi Nakai's work. Searching her name in the archives throws up dozens of hits. There's even a thread specifically about her work in which users name her best features and profiles. One post catches Ari's eye. For my money, the best Nakai article is the one we can't talk about. The profile she did in 1993 of She You can't be named in this forum. I think it was called Whatever Happened to Redacted. Alright, that's big. That's big. What do you call it? Film critic and industry journalist who was active through the 90s and 2000s. Geneva Drive adores her, and she appears to have written an article about the... Oh, what's a good word for this? The verboten. About the actress whose name, or the director rather, whose name is verboten on Geneva Drive under the title Whatever Happened to The parser is very confused by this. Anyway. We do know her name, though. Geneva Drive. It's Magna Marcel, right? Yes. A pond. Alright. In 1993 about the... Okay, so this was the article that they mentioned in Magna Marcel's thing. It says... Magazine interview in 1993. Come on! Alright, this is big. This is actually big. An article written by Michi Nakai about director Magda Marcel in 1993. Looking up the specific phrase brings up Michi Nakai's 1993 profile of Magda Marcel, which seemingly has never been put online on Filmfile's website and instead exists only as an archive PDF of the print edition. The article was never put online on Filmfile, but was instead uploaded as a PDF of the print edition. Could be useful to know this. It's a far cry from a normal journalistic profile of someone. There's not even photos. Rather, it's Nakai's narrative of trying to figure out what happened to Magda Marcel shortly before the premiere of her last film, a premiere she didn't go to. It portrays, it describes, it narrates Nakai's attempt to discover what happened to Marcel shortly before the premiere of Marcel's final film. A premiere she did not attend. She finds that the premiere basically vanished entirely, or the director vanished entirely from the film industry, communicating exclusively to her agent. And when she tracked down said agent, she finds that from that point on, he also only talked to Marcel through letters and very occasional phone calls. She disappeared from the public view, and her only point of contact was her agent. Maybe that's important. Who likewise was only able to contact her through letters and phone call and the occasional phone call. The whole thing comes to a head when Nakai finally tracks down Marcel's current address in a Las Vegas suburb and knocks on the door. What ensues is an awkward, strange 15-minute conversation on the doorstep of the house with a woman who claims to be Magda Marcel, but who Nakai really thinks isn't. The article reaches a climax when Nakai visits the supposed Las Vegas supposed current address of Magda Marcel, where she meets a woman who claims to be Marcel, but who Nakai suspects is not actually. I could see the physical resemblance. The two women could have been cousins, but I chatted Marcel extensively during the shooting of Louisiana Monster. Just 4 years ago. I knew not just her face, but her way of speaking, the way she held herself, the tendency to half grin with one side of her mouth, the clipped, reedy laugh, as if she always caught herself and stopped. This was an entirely different person, but everything I knew told me that whoever this was, she was now, for most legal purposes, Magdelle Marcel. This house where she lived alone was where the checks were being mailed to. As far as the state of Nevada, the DGA, and several movie distributors are concerned, I was talking to Magda Marcel. As far as whatever happened to the woman I once knew, I don't dare speculate. I know I could not, after 3 months of intensive research, find her. Her friends haven't spoken to her. Her car was sold. The new owner declined to comment for this story. I hope I'll run into her one day, again, stumble on the real Magda Marcel in one of her old hunts. I still go to those places, walk the LA we knew together, but I don't really think I'll find her there. The other thing Ari finds, searching for the magazine article, is that it's named in a 1994 defamation lawsuit filed by Magda Marcel in Nevada against Michi Nakai. The suit was settled out of court. The supposed Magda Marcel then used the article as evidence in a lawsuit against Nakai. Interesting. So when did Magda Marcel really die? Her last film is Bled Out. So she must have died around 1990. Suspect Magda Marcel died in 1990. Okay, well, 1989 then. About conclusions. How did she die? Doesn't list any actors, so it must be coverage or an effect shot. You note the names of the crew members: director Magda Marcel, camera operator Phil Simon. I suppose the reason these characters are not important is because Magda Marcel has to be the one to have died. Heard the page, she's still alive, but the last, yeah. How do we find out how she died? What was this called again? Whatever happened to? 1984 independent horror film. We've read about this recently. Agent. You don't need to ask Ari about it. The DGA is the Directors Guild of America, the Hollywood union that represents movie directors. Wait, Louisiana Monster. When was that? 1984. Wait, what? Huh? If Louisiana Monster was 1984, Bled Out was 1990, and was, according to the call sheet, dated July of 1989, what? What's going on? Huh? Did they just mess up the dates? Or did Magna Marcel not write Blood Out? Or not direct Blood Out? But so the other person, the other woman did. I still don't know where this freaking room is. It's possibly in that room with the key. The room with the key. The door that's locked with the key. Where did we find this harness again? I don't remember. Handler. Anton Maslany. What movie was this? Suspect? Anton Maslany died of animal attack? Frank. Alright, we gotta look up movies and see who directed them, I guess. What movies would have an animal? Erotic thriller. Is the last big budget production shot at Armature Studios. So 1989. Guys, I gotta look up oigov. Can't believe a man can be racist against— you will believe a man can be racist against English. Okay. This is where we found Louis Lepore. Have I not seen any Franks anywhere? Gotta hope that that would be there. Number 9. Disaster movie. No names dropped here in this one. Disco thing. Feral Knight is still around. I think that was probably just a joke. Why does none of these have directors listed, huh? Celluloid. Did we ever look that name up? We did look up Emily Givens, pretty sure. Crispin Lloyd, I'm pretty sure we looked up. Bookstore. It's not related to what we're looking at. Well, Mumblecore. Already failing her research job. It's true. Pretty sure. Frank Pull is not useful. I actually got this on DVD, which I don't recommend. When was Blood Out actually filmed? When they were shooting Quantico a decade earlier, but that's just one weird incident, so I don't know. Someone died on set. So Magna Marcel did write Blood Out, the first one. Alright, so who died? Okay, so the one who died in 1990. Consult notebook about conclusions. Louis Lepore. Put her in 1991 for now. Alright. 1992. Rewired. Right. Rewired 2 was 1984. Anton Globus died in 1983. Do we know why he would die in 1983? Oh, it just literally says 1983. All right. Why would he not have died of illness? Maybe he's not 1983 then? Maybe someone else is. Hey Myra, how's it going? We're solving mysteries. Or well, we're figuring out who died from what. And where and when. Kind of like Obra Dinn. Good to see you again. So probably not related, but this guy, Grant McKean. Doghouse. About a murderous game of psychosexual control not shot at Armature Studios. Can't believe Aldous Moore invented puppy play in 1987. Why? Annette. About a young-looking girl who is also a murderer. Notably as one of the first really successful movies distributed under the Panafilm brand. I guess we gotta look up Panafilm. It was functionally the largest distributor of independent films in the US for a good while in the early 90s. It was a byword for movies. It got a pretty wide release and were legitimately big cultural events. Mr. Green in the dining hall with the candle? No! You need a year, at least! But weren't made by a major studio. It was acquired to become, or the serious movie acquisition arm of one of the majors in 1998. Okay, so not important. Letterboxd reviews are predictably split between people calling it sleazy and appalling and variations on the theme of "this is literally me." Ari relates that the movie had a resurgence around 2018 with coquette Instagram posters, a concept that you're now trying to keep from becoming a long-term memory. 1492? Maybe. Maybe that's when they got Mr. Green. One of her agents, some bellhop at the, okay. You don't need to ask Ari about it. The Shadow Marmont is a historical hotel in Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. It's both an iconic, okay. Forum user infant manager? You gotta check at least. So he's not important. So we need to find a Joanna. We know Greg. We don't know who Jorge is either, and we don't know Doc. All right. Look photograph. 1972. Sunset 6. We know there's a movie called Dreams of Sunset. Disillusioned with the shambles of Hollywood's studio system as it existed in 1970. He started his own production company after the surprise success of Dreams of Sunset. Alright. Nothing new or important there. expensive musical. Shorter black-haired woman. Joanna? We don't know a Joanna, do we? This is the only mention of Joanna anywhere. Jorge was mentioned in here. November 1983. La 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 la. 83 would have been around for one of these movies, probably. Was another mention of Uruguay or somewhere in this set out. I guess I didn't write it down. Tim Nichols. No other Tims so far. LA Tims. What are we looking for? Also, Doc. Why? Who is the Doc? Let's see. Quantico call sheet. Universal Talent Acquisition. Finney and Glasser. Let's look them up. Not Flasser, Glasser. It's probably the closest thing Hollywood has to a movie star under the age of 50. Huh? Which has led to him being cast in basically everything, no matter whether the role... Okay. Ari knows you know this, so she just sent you a long Tumblr thread riffing on someone posting, I want to ride Finney and Glasser until his pelvis shatters. Okay, whatever. And then snort the pelvis dust. Is this normal? Oh, Tumblr. Always credited their respective spiritual awakenings to their little trip into the desert with Les Resnick. I always thought it was curious how the same event kickstarted Korda's career. And of course, Korda went on to make a bunch of movies with blob talent. They represented Marcella Myers, and let's not ignore how Korda cast Sarvis Kid in a huge role. Who's Sarver's kid? Why would he not have the same last name as Victor Sarver? Or why would they not have the same last name as Victor Sarver? Probably, yeah. Prairie Western. The movie is also notable for being the first relatively respectable movie Gregory Korda worked on. He was the director of photography. So Sarver is not one of the important ones. But he's got to be linked to a bunch of stuff. I feel like this one just came to a dead end. The Linda Fagan connection. Grant Coombs just did not lead anywhere. Indicted for money laundering and is currently serving a long prison sentence. This one just did not have any information in it at all. That was useful. Hill Choir leaders as the Grand Silver Master. The identity of the person is one of the high-level secrets known only to high-ranked choir members. There are several popular theories on it. The Magister has been theorized to be one of several Hollywood power brokers, a spiritual guru completely unknown to the public, a rotating office that changes hands periodically, or even complete fiction. Yay! Alright. Sleep of the Just. (2005) neo-western. Dead Gull. It's pitched by his movie. You think? Okay. Not important. You just... Let's see. Our things list has grown longer. Standard film. Leg warmer. Why was Anton Globus not included on one of the main things that we did? Alright, so this is topics that have Geneva Drive articles on it. I think we already solved Evan Ostberg though, right? Cinematographer, Rewired 2. Prion Disease. DeSoto. There's Glenn DeSoto. But this is a hairdresser. Cocktail of heavy metals, mainly cadmium, due to an unreported industrial accident. 1982 death of a professional hairdresser working in Arbitrary Studios in Los Angeles. 1982 would be the job, I guess. So DeSoto is not important, or not Dominic DeSoto, but Glenn DeSoto might be important. Oh wait. Finally got to star in a big movie. Suddenly died of inexplicable brain illness less than a year later. Do we know other names like that? There's Dominic DeSoto, Harriet Devon. I guess the people who are not... Yeah. They don't show up on this list. If they didn't, get a hit. So this is not a complete list of names, which is unfortunate. Because some of these names, some of the names we missed might be important. What do you mean? I literally typed it. Oh, Harriet Devon. 16 when she appeared in Bled Out, launching a successful film career. Alright. Conclusions. Alright, we got Evan Osberg, yes. Maybe he did die from the scales. Oh, wait. Yeah. Suspect Dominic DeSoto died of illness. Died in 1993. Trent Green. Okay, yeah. So he could have died in 1994 or 1992. Let's try in 1992 just in case. Alright, it can't be 1992. Alright. Give me the list. Alright. James Dahl, 1996. Aldous Moore. I don't know. It's really hard to say with Aldous Moore. I don't know why Anton Globus has not been checked yet. Anton Maslany. Frank. Who could Frank be? Alright. We already looked at that. Alright. Where are we at? Identifying the apparition as the ghost of Gregory Corda, a heavier, older man with an overgrown beard. Alright. Hey, Link. Oh. Why was I in the background doing something? Or in one of your tabs? We're using spooky Nintendo music as our background for solving this game. I just need a break. I need a break in the case. We need 15 names still, or 15 groups still. We don't even have. We have half of the ones we need in here. Thank you for lurking. Alright. Who else? Alright. We need to find the key. The key would be good. I just don't know where to find it. Alright, let me make a table. So this is person. Oh wait, name. Year of death. Wait. Year of death. Name. Cause of death. Associated film? No, I don't know if that'll work. I don't think we can make any assumptions about that. Alright, let me write this down. 1976, 1977, 1978. The ghost of Marcella Myers? What do you mean? 1979, 1984, 87, 1990, 1983. So these are the ones that are confirmed so far. Alvaro Ramirez. Accent. Why does it call him here? Go away. Gary Glafidis. Excuse me. Was murdered. Marcella Myers. Accident. Dan Galindis. Accident. Which one is Dan Galindis? Because he was the guy that died from like an allergic reaction randomly. Evan Osberg. Murdered. Wait, illness. I missed someone. Who did I not write? Annie Serpico. Where's my cursor? Let's see. How am I gonna do this? 1977 is Annie Serpico. All right. How do I? There you go. Why did that not work? All right. Fine. Just readjust. Let's do it this way. Why would you go there? Yeah. Alright, so this is Annie Serpico. She was... what happened to her? Illness. Hey Connie, how's it going? We were note-taking again. We are back in the world of note-taking. Alright, Dan Galindis, Evan Osberg, Gregory Korda. Died of suicide. Louis Lepore died of murder. Harry Greer died of murder. Alright. And then, this is known. We got... Where's my cursor? Why does my cursor disappear when I do that, huh? Alright, so we got suspected. Alright, so 1983. Oops. Anton Globus. Illness. Magna Marcel. Died of unknown causes in 1991. Aldous Moore. Murdered. Accident. James Dahl. Dominic DeSoto. Illness. James Dahl, 1996. Murdered. $1997. Jen Korda. You don't know. Les Resnick. Overdosed. Anton Maslany. Mauled. Killed by animal. Animal attack. Alright. Let's see. We need to find this key. How do we find this key? Go to basement landing. Look window. Look walls. Yeah, go down. Eat file. Touch door. You should enter until you're prepared to end it. Alright, look safe. Touch safe. Uses a key rather than a combination lock. Okay. Inventory. Do we have anything that could maybe have something useful? Listen tape. Play beige tape. Play tape. Rita. Do we know a Rita? Miss Ross. Do we know a Ross? This is the only time she's appeared so far. Editor. I don't know how this is useful. Keep forgetting things, or maybe I think I've already done them. Maybe I'll forget it. I'll forget to post this letter. I'm not the first to make this observation. You may remember that one thread on Geneva Drive. What thread are they talking about? I guess this is what we find out about Geneva Drive. That's how we found out about it. Read. Look. Letter, July 2005. This does not mention... the associated accidents. I assume it was related to the Santa Cruz bee thing and the look at my contract. Not that contract. Look, exorcism contract. Alright, nothing of importance there. Look, obituary. Jessica. Not important. Or not her name. Petya. Is Petya like a nickname for something? Alright. This common diminutive of the very common first name Piotr. Peter in Piotr in Latin characters. Do we know a Piotr? We know a Peter. Ben misses you. You still around? This is a clue we haven't used yet. So what does it mean? Butchering your screenplay. Glenn Dreyfus? candle was 1987. Look brown on. Why can't I take that? Why am I allowed to just take it? Film file. Why would I need this spirit level? Use spirit level. Look phone. Look amulet. Nothing of note. Look outrageous fortune review. Look globe. You do have it written down, right? Yeah. Alright. David Flynn is still alive, pretty sure. So the person who died of a boom mic accident here for 1976? Maybe? Who was the one that died of a boom mic accident? Or a shotgun accident? Yeah, it's the boom pole. One dressed in Elizabethan costume. That has to be for the Hamlet one, right? But we don't have a 1970, like a... Alvaro Ramirez. I'm pretty sure we have him confirmed. Okay, no, he died. That was him. That was him. Never mind. Alright, what else we got? Look, letter 1983. So this is about Jorge. 1976. Nothing of particular. Nothing about that. We're just searching names until something pops out. Hi, Daigo. We make progress, but I don't know if we're winning. Oops. We don't. Okay, we can't look that up. Rim is a casino town on the Nevada side, situated roughly north of the Mojave Desert. Okay. Progress is always winning. We're a little stopped at the moment. unfortunately. Look, poster, black and white poster. Alright, none of these names ended up being very important. This is the coroner's report about James Dahl's death. We don't exactly know when he died. But he was key grip for It figures. Very likely, anyway. It figures was 1996. The years were missing. We were missing a lot of years, so it's possible he was 1995. Suspect James Dahl died in 1995. There we go. Aldous Moore, Dominic DeSoto, and James Dahl. Okay, we're halfway done. We're halfway there. Let's move these folks over. So James Dahl, these three. All right. Now I am winning. All right. We still need a lot of names, though. We don't even have enough names for any of these yet. We still don't know how Anton Globus really died. We know Anton Maslany is definitely an animal attack. We just don't know what it was for. We're gonna have to start using, or like, narrowing stuff down, I guess, based on that. So we don't know what this movie is. Credits memo. I double-checked with the production office, so there shouldn't be any other missing credits. And yeah, Frank does want to be credited in this by his actual name, not as Alan Smithy. We don't know if Frank, as far as I know. Look, Sunset 6 photo. Pretty sure there's nothing here of importance, though. That we can do anything with anyway. Wait. Okay, yeah, he was sound operator, yeah. Do we have a 1979 death? I think we do, right? Yes, Dan Galindez. How did we find out Dan Galindez died? Just because he was around for double action. That was probably it. Looked LA Times 1987. Alright. Is there anything here that we missed? What do we do? Spelled it wrong. Criterion Collection is a company that publishes and distributes physical releases of important films. Alright. Probably not particularly useful to us. Or that comment is not particularly useful to us. Alright, okay. We need to I need to find where to read this whiskey bottle. Maybe it's not illness. Maybe he died of an overdose. Suspect Anton Globus died of overdose. Maybe he was drinking himself to death after his partner died. Because why would the animal trainer's whiskey be in the office? Gaffer tape? What is gaffer tape? Alright. We're in the basement archives. We still can't go to the hauntings origin point. East? Wait, oh, we're in a weird place. Origin place. Might as well record it. Well, why is my thing disappear sometimes? That wasn't happening last time. Shadows dance to the cavern wall. Alright. Go east. Shadow Theater. The semicircular chamber carves out of a cave that looks okay. Let's just record this. Origin place. Shadow Theater. Who knows if this will be important. I spelled amphitheater quite wrong. Alright, we have exit north and west. Rocky outcropping. I doubt these will be important because we can only see them like once, but might as well keep track of them just in case. Moonlit Desert. You can see Joshua trees and dunes in the distance. Someone has driven a wooden stake through the ground. The kneeling body of the man is held in place, tied to it by his wrists and ankles. Alright. Look body. Dead and for some time. His eyes have been plucked out by scavengers and his whole body looks loose, slightly empty, full of maggots, and most likely his face is too far gone to be recognizable. Dark ribbon is tied around his neck. Look ribbon. Oh, we're back. You realize what this is on closer inspection. The dead man has been strangled with a strip of film. Little 16 by 9 squares wrap around his neck, lightly pressed against his disintegrating skin. First, curiosity drags you down to see if you can make out the images on the film. A face, maybe? You lean in closer, hoping to see. It is a face, a blonde man you don't quite recognize. You're standing very close to the corpse now, leaning down to try and see. Something grabs you by the neck. Alright, nothing. Alright. Still nothing west. Alright, let's try to look for a key, I guess. You wish caves were real. What use could I possibly have? For some of these. Why am I carrying them around? Look, carpet. And fine, let's go up. Marble flooring, broken places. Tried wearing the harness. You hold it out in front of yourself experimentally, but it quickly becomes clear that it's too big for your chest and would just fall to the floor if you try to wear it. The proportions are wrong too. It's dimension for something with the torso that's deeper than it is wide, which is to say some kind of large quadruped. Use spray can. Use nugget. What do you know? We can use put on things, but what would we put on anything? Old made out of aluminum, you guess it dated back to the 70s. Do we have anything else that was psychometrically active? Just those 4 things, right? Go to workshop. Put level on workbench. Further evidence to confirm your belief that nothing in this crooked world be right. Take level. You know, we're gonna start to have to use the level everywhere. There's also a chain. I don't know what the chain would possibly be used for. Put pliers in toolbox. Take pliers. Put toolbox in toolbox. Put level in toolbox. Put pliers in toolbox. Put toolbox in envelope. Put envelope in recorder. Take tape out of take tape. Put envelope in recorder. It wouldn't fit. Alright, well, I guess it wouldn't fit. Put recorder in envelope. Put whiskey in envelope. This is very silly. Alright, well, let's take whiskey. Take pliers. Take toolbox. Take level. Let's save first. I'm gonna take a recorder. Save the 7th. Alright, let's try to shove everything in the recorder. Or in the envelope. Put binder in envelope. No. Fine. Put amulet in envelope. You haven't taken it off in a long time, and you're not sure what would happen if you did. In your line of business, what one picks up stray curses like ticks, and it's probably the stupid little piece of pewter is holding off something nasty. You only want to take it off in a controlled environment, and this is not it. Put phone in envelope. Okay, fine. Anyway. What? The postcard fell out again. Oh no. Do we have 2 of the same postcard? No. Why was the postcard in this magazine? The postcard just moves around. It just teleports. Sadly. It just moves with the magazine. Alright, inventory. I don't feel like we have it. How do we find the freaking key? There's a hint system. I don't know if I want to use it, but we might have to because I just don't know what to do with this key thing. Alright. Digital Services Cafe. Metal shelves doesn't need to have things put on it for the story, but the workbench does? I don't have the note card anymore. Or the postcard. It like actually exits my inventory. Why is the magazine not in the binder? Everything else is. I might need a hint. I think. Because I don't really know if there's anything else to look for. Marble paper file box. Marble paper? There are a few deaths that can be solved entirely by reading physical documents without using your phone to look up various things, whatever, yeah. I can use lookup. Yeah, no shit! Some of the harder deaths require you to re-examine your assumptions, read between lines, or correlate simply disparate. Alright, fine. Let's look at the fix-it-all thing. Hairdressers. (1982) death. Alright. What movies? These were from 1985. Armature Studios had movies in 1985. 1982. So Job, Rewired, or Double Action, or Cathedral of Mirrors. You survived. Rewired 2 is too late for the 1982 death. Custody, The Landlord, that's not involved, so it's gotta be Dora Huizinga. Died of illness. Does it count as illness or accident if they died from the fix-it-all? Alright, let's look up custody. Is one of Gregory ooh, 1980 custody. Ooh, actually though, could be that. Probably not. Probably not. So this is custody. Release date 90. Gregory Korda's lesser known films. One of Gregory Korda lesser known films. Although modest success in its own time, not a lot of people associate Korda with it. It's a small scale human drama about unraveling marriage. Blah blah blah. It's definitely very watchable. Doesn't have any big names. Not epic. Alright. Probably not particularly useful. But, The Landlord. 1983 raunchy sex comedy. Is this something we know? Is it by Gregory Korda? But should like a psychological horror movie and it would be more honest to be what's happening on screen. I mean, could be. It's not a name that's really come up though. But if it came out in 1983, this could be that hairdresser's death. So let's do J. Cleve, I guess. Good morning. What? Good morning, Yang Yan. How's it going? Hope you're having a good one. Alright, let's erase Dora Huizinga. Suspect J. Cleve died of illness, I guess. J. Cleve, suspect J. Cleve died in 1982. Including of negligence or manslaughter. I guess it has to be negligence. Alright, anyway, real hint. Yeah, I know this. I don't have enough. I need more. I need 3 things, game. I don't have enough people. Consult. I guess I might have enough people. I just don't have enough information about everyone else. Anton Maslany was mauled by an animal of an unknown year. Alright. Anton Maslany. Credits memo. We still don't know what movie this is. We don't know anyone the director of this movie. Does anyone here look like they could be named Frank? Memes, look up persons. Any Franks in chat? No one here looks. Okay, Frank Pohl. Frank Pohl! Alright, we got a Frank Pohl. How was he not here? I just never wrote the thing because he didn't seem important. So, Frank Pohl. Alright. Blood out too. Alright. So, Anton Maslany. So, Blood Out 2 was 1997. Alright, suspect Anton Maslany died in 1996. still don't have a lot though. So it's either Doro Izinga or Jay Cleve. Professional hairdresser. What was this letter June? Okay. No. In 1984, when the tainted hairspray was connected to the 1982 death of a professional hairdresser. Okay. Yeah, it's not, he's not gonna come up. Any other hints you got for us, game? No. What is the deal with Anton Globus? We've had him around for the longest time and we just never had a solution for him. This was a flop, wasn't it? Yeah. He got awards despite Dreams of Sunset being a flop. That's weird. Or that's funny, I guess. (1998) is when they went out of business. Ken Corda died in 1997. Jennifer Lagos. Is that important? Why? That's the first time that that's come up, that she's, or that someone has an alternate name, but it is not something that has showed up here. Or like that's the only time that that showed up. I need to know where the key is. Alright, fine. Solution. Give me solution, game. What do you mean she's the only one that fits the timeline? Melissa Wong, who fit 3 different movies? What do you mean? The landlord was literally 1980. Okay. It can't be her because this is 1980 or 1980. The landlord would have been filming, but he could have died in 1982 because this released in okay, unless this is not an Armature Films thing. Cathedral of Mirrors, Rewired, double action 2. Wait, or Rewired. Wait, there's a double action 2? I just ignored it in my brain. The Job wasn't... Okay. It's independent. That's why it's not right. I was just freaked. That was what happened. Alright, double action 2. Triple action was described by contemporary critics as a long sequence of gasoline explosion. Alright. Alright. I'll bite. What was her name? Melissa Wong. Erase. Cleave. So we still don't know 1983 then. I think. Suspect. Melissa Wong died in 1982. Died from, I don't know, accident? I don't know if it counts as accident or not. Anyway. Yes! I know I want to look at the bottle of whiskey. What do you mean? Where do I go? Where do I examine this? What do you mean, game? Wood paneled room with bookshelves. Where could that be? Oops. He's gonna try every single location. Why are there so many exits from this? There's no place to go where this works. Where do I do this? Where are bookshelves? Is there like, there's no way I missed a location. It's just a place that I can't visit or something, probably. Go to workshop. What? There's literally a safe in here. Oh no, a safe. Wait, where's the safe? Oh, the safe is in the archives. All right, solution. What are you giving me? What are you giving me? Yes. What sealed? How do I get into the sealed office? What do you mean? You can't give me a hint without telling me how to get into the sealed office. What do you... Alright, this is stupid. Like, obviously that's where we need to go. How do I get into the office, game? That's what I need the hint about! What? I'm so mad about this stupid solution. No, I can't give any... It can't ask about a hint. I can only type in the word hint and hope it gives me what I need. What do you mean? How do I get in there? How do I get the key? Where's the key at, game? I've literally found no keys. Look glass. Look dividers. Look barriers. Look maze. Look chain. Break door. Break chain. Where's the freaking key? How do I get in here? Alright. I need to consult, I need to consult Kinophile. Where is key? Kinophile. Key. No results for key. How do I find the key? Where could the key be? Where? I can't believe I'm being trolled. Like, even if I were to use, try to brute force the whole deal with, Anton Globus, I don't know where the key would be. I don't know what else is in that room. I need to find out where this stupid key is. It's so hard to navigate this stupid map. Alright. Where could this key be? What did I just not examine? Okay. Look at the eddies. Look walls. Look lot. What is the point of this? We got an item here once and now it's just completely pointless. Look inside trunk. What do you freaking mean? Look inside toolbox. Inventory. Look inside envelope. Get in car. Sleep. Look. Flip cassette tape. Look tape. How does it say clean? So post-production meeting 1988. Is there anything? Look inside whiskey. There's no key in there. There's nothing else here. This must have been used as an office-wide message board back in the day. It's large enough that it's held to the wall firmly by bolts drilled in the concrete, easily 10 feet across. Look window. What? Oh. Look flooring. Look office. You don't see anything called office right now, despite the description literally mentioning it? Hence the sensation of being in a pit. Space flanking the mezzanines is at one point filled with dividers. Can I just go up further? Where's the third story? You said this is 3 stories. Look desk. Open the fucking drawer! Frickin' in here this whole time? Take the fucking key. Look letterhead. Alright. Let's see. Note in a letter in office. It's signed Sally. We don't know a Sally yet. Alright. We know this is Jen. We know there's a Rita. Who's Rita? You and I have worked together enough times that you know where the boundaries are. I'm still really confused why the solution did not point me towards the freaking key. Like, it should have detected that first thing. Why did it not detect that? Andrew isn't pushing them. Who's Andrew? Do we know an Andrew? Andrew Lord. He wants to edit the film himself. He's welcome to it, but that's your decision. If you want me to finish the cut, you need to make it back off. I don't want to think about what he'd have done if you and Rita hadn't held it back. Alright, Rita's the secretary. Sally. Do we know a Sally? It doesn't matter. Go to lesser office. Finally, we can enter this stupid sealed office. Touch. Oh, wait. Eat file. Touch whiskey. God damn. Psychic reactions. When touched in the sealed office. Oops. Uh-oh. How does Alt Escape do? Alright. You had a rush of several memories all at once. Different times. Different occasions, all unified by this bottle. Gregory and Anton. The names float in your mind as the visions swirl. Share 5 drinks over the course of several years. They celebrate Gregory's purchase of the studio lot. They celebrate movie releases and signed contracts. The 5th drink is somber, unlike the others. Anton's partner has died. It's 1982. And the reasons are barely understood. Fear in the air, not just in the room. Then finally, 6th drink, Gregory drinks it alone. He just got the news. Anton has died. Suddenly. He wasn't sick. Overdose, they say. Well, we did write overdose, didn't we? Look up, Anton. Look up conclusions. We changed it in back at some point, but fact, Anton Globus died of overdose. Alright. Finally got okay. Finally. Alright. What else is in this room? Alright, nothing seems to have changed from that description. Cadmium poisoning from bad hairspray? Is there a question in there? I guess not. I'm just aghast. Life's pretty stupid. Sometimes death is too. The room has been left oddly undisturbed. It's also incongruously cozy. The floor underfoot is actual hardwood. The walls are paneled. Small windows let in a modest amount of light. It all seems more like a private parlor or office in someone's home than like the office of a studio exec. A door leads south back to the main building. A large desk takes up much of the space. There's a wire statue on the teak desk. A spacious built-in bookshelf dominates the space, adding to the room's slightly claustrophobic effect. Alright. Let's look at the desk. It's identical to the one in the large office, which means it must have a drawer, right? Except it's teak, a mid-century modern piece of expensive furniture. The desktop is a simple slab with a sort of inlaid tile pattern on top. It's thin and projects a certain lightness with its spindly, U-shaped aluminum legs. It has a single thin long drawer. On the teak desk is a statue. Look, statue. A human figure made out of twisted metal wire, roughly in the shape of a dancing ballerina. This is what is known as an armature, an understructure used by a sculptor as the skeleton of his sculpture. The wire ballerina is in fact Armature Studios' logo. Take the statue. Alright, as you pick up the little statue, you feel a little resistance, like it's magnetized to the desktop. When it comes off, a hidden lid flips closed over the open compartment on the teak desk. Put statue. Oh, wait, that means we gotta put this on the other desk. If it's identical. Alright, so you know that. Not Armature Studios. We want to go to Kinophobia. We still don't know Victor Sarver's kid's name, I don't think. Put the statue on the desk in the office. Let's see. Look desk. Or look desk. Alright. Open drawer. Oh, a bunch of stuff in here. Let's go take blue letter. Blue letter. No, I don't blame you for what happened to Joanna. We've got more names. We've got another reference to Joanna. Alright. So Gregory. Add link. Oops. Just connect this. Add internal link. This is Marcella Myers. We've got a whole new name here. Mary Ann Falkirk. Alright. Let's see. No, I don't blame you for what happened to Joanna. Truth be told, my sister spent the last decade of her life battling her one real enemy, which was envy. I lost count of how many phone calls we had, where we talked more about Marcella than about her. She had an unhealthy obsession, maybe with Marcella the person, maybe just with the idea of fame and recognition that Marcella represented. I don't believe Joanna ever really let you see that side of her, which is why I don't blame you for giving her the one thing she ever really wanted. Whether that was healthy for her long term is, I suppose, a moot point now. Nevertheless, the last few moments of her life, getting to be first on the call sheet, as she put it, were the happiest I've ever seen her. I'm completely convinced that whatever happened on that beat was an accident. That's all that was. Alright. So Joanna died of an accident, possibly. Joanna Falkirk, maybe? Mary Ann Falkirk? Joanna Falkirk, maybe? Alright. She died of an accident in the beach. Joanna? Oh, we've got these. You died in... Alright, look up conclusions. Anthony Maslany's 1996. Anton Globus was... what was it called? Overdose. And the other name that we had was 1982's Melissa Wong accident. I think that's right. Wait, what? James Doll was 95. Got to correct that. Alright. So now we've got a Joanna. What? Alright. I guess accident, maybe? Alright. Take letter March 1985. Letter of resignation. Tim Ailey's. Former. Okay, so this is the name Tim that we've seen before. Jorge Rosa. I messed up my typing. Alright. I quit effective immediately. Having worked previously with Mr. Rosa, I knew all too well that it would what it would entail, but I did not expect that Mr. Corda would at every turn endeavor to exacerbate the problem. It is one thing to indulge Mr. Rosa's habits and proclivities while in the safe confines of LA. It is quite another to be traipsing around Montevideo to Nice and Catania, trying to satisfy him when he gets into one of his moods. I think that under the best circumstances, this production would merely have been the very worst time I've had in the movie business. Under the actual circumstances, it is the very worst experience of any kind that I have had the displeasure of enduring. I will be expensing my flight home. This is not negotiable if you expect me to continue to maintain Mr. Rose's privacy as I have done for several years. Alright, new name to look up is Jorge Rosa. I think that's who it was, right? That's where Tim came up last time. Yeah. And I guess Tim Ailes, just in case. Alright. Take letter date October 1986. Or I guess look. October 1986. Expensive law firm. Quote, Mr. Corda. Is there a shortcut for internal links? There appears to be one for external. We reviewed a request and in consultation with Mr. Sorensen's family. I mean, that's 11 Sorensen. We agreed to release some information about him. Please understand that all this information is being shared, not only so that you may be confident that the contract you signed with Mr. Sorensen is no longer in effect, and you can move forward with the productions of Rewired 3 without fear. Indeed, as you suspect, Mr. Sorensen did not return from his trip to Catalina Island on the weekend of September 14. The information we have from the state police confirms that the wreckage of a single-engine plane was recovered from the northern shore of the island. Although his body was not found, there is no reason to believe that he survived. While Mr. Sorensen has been declared legally dead, his family are opting not to discuss this matter publicly or release information about it, and we ask that you follow their lead on this matter. James Moray, Esquire. Alright. James Moray. We don't have a death for 11. So let's see. 1986. 11 Sorensen. Accident. Yeah, alright. It's a single engine plane. 11 Sorensen died of accident. Died in 1986. Survived the crash. Yeah. Alright. We've got more stuff to look up, but more letters. Look letter September 1974. Carter Provost. Wait, was it November? September. I don't have a context menu button on my keyboard. I think there's a shortcut for it that I just don't know. Alright, Greg. Add link. Gregory Corda. Rosa. James. Who's James? Do we know a James? James Dahl, James Moore. We have a bunch of Jameses who must be feeling particularly strange about what happened. I know Greenaway was friends with both of them too. It's Greenaway. Besides being their stunt double, and I know he did all those similar motorcycle stunts, playing Corey's character in Sunset without any problems. Carter Provost. Alright. Over James. Alright. Well, there is a James here. Alright. Before we do anything else, let's take a quick look again. Look figure. It's Alvaro Ramirez. Long hair around his shoulders, bright eyes, slender frame, but just starting to put some muscle under the rigors of working a physical job. God, he was young. You can see straight through the perfectly circular hole where the boom pole went into his throat. Alright. Door south. Large desk. Alright. Go to main office. Go to mezzanine. Go north. Put statue on desk. Unsent letter and safe key. Take key. Look key. Anything interesting about it? Look safe key. Fancy dimple lock key of the kind sometimes used for safes and other high security applications. Alright. Look letter. So unsent letter. So Greg must have killed maybe killed someone. Or how he okay. Let's see. I'm sorry. You know how Greg did it? I always knew where the money really came from, what the cost really was. I've watched this spectacle of death for 23 years now, half of them alone. Or I should say without Greg. I'm never really alone, am I? I couldn't take it after 11. I regret that I'm stronger than him. I was able to take so much more. Doc. Marcella. Joe. Oops. Sally. It's like I'm watching the same movies again and again sometimes, with Aldous, then Harry, and that kid James. So is that Harry Greer? So he was the one that. So Aldous, Harry, and James were all they all died in their bathtub, right? Was Aldous murdered? Look up conclusions. Aldous Moore was murdered. Okay, Aldous. And that means Harry. Yeah, Harry, Aldous, and James were all murdered. This is Harry Greer. This is James Dahl, right? Yeah. I'm afraid I'll follow Greg soon. Alright. So go to archives. Open safe. Look, canister. A large, wide, flat metal can. It's labeled with gaffer tape in the mark GK Prim, 1963. What does that mean? Take canister. Or open canister. Take film. Oh, look film. Look reel. A 35mm print wound around a metal reel around the size of a dinner plate. If you remember your trivia correctly, there's only about 10 minutes of footage, the wonders of physical media. While you don't want to carelessly unwind the thing, you pull the first few frames and examine it. It's a black and white shot of some kind of landscape, maybe a desert. Handling it makes your fingertips itch. Alright, eat file. Touch reel. Psychic reactions. Film reel. Moonlight. The taste of blood in your mouth, a lance of pain shooting through your chest, and then a sense of movement, like something being removed. 3 pairs of eyes, grinning eyes, bore into you, and then your vision is interrupted by the bile rising in your throat. You double over and retch. There's no stopping it. You let the content of your stomach go in a spray of bile. As you try to swallow enough saliva to get the taste out of your throat, you note that your nose is also bleeding. Wonderful. You definitely shouldn't try this again. Alright, save the 8th. Alright. We've got names to look up. Let's go. So first of all is Mary Ann Falkirk. Oh, we already did this. Okay, let's do it again first. Your dead, but not a departed grandmother, had a name for what you're about to do. You'd call it sheer bloody-mindedness. You grab hold of the celluloid like you're handling a snake. The pain that shoots up your arm might as well be a snake bite. You can barely see what you're looking for. Resolve those faces. 2 men and a woman cast in deep shadows in the moonlight. It's almost like they're black and white, like they're standing in a stark day-for-night shadows and not under a real moon. You taste blood. No, actually, you taste blood. Your very real, very present blood. Something has gone snap inside your body. You get the sense it was rather important, whatever it was. It seems like it was holding up the whole world. That would explain why the edges of everything are caving in like a collapsing building. You dead zone too close to the sun. And that's why we save. Mary Ann Falkirk. Oops. Art tells you the top hit for this name is a tradfluencer based out of Nova Scotia. Probably the person you're looking for is probably not that. Alright, what about Joanna Falkirk? Born 1993, is a singer, an American singer, songwriter, and poet. Ari shares a relatively small Wikipedia page without much detail, just a discography and a mention of her first published poetry collection, Dissidia. Okay, let's look up Dissidia. Dissidia is the title of Joanna Falkirk's 2021 collection of poems. Ari copies over the dust jacket bio of the author. Joanna Falkirk is a singer, songwriter, and poet born in Indiana. Joanna's music draws on a lifelong fascination with macabre and tragic Americana. Their first collection of poems goes back to one of the roots of this obsession, Joanna's namesake, an aunt that died before she was born, but who lives on through family stories told by her mother, Mary Ann, and now through the poems themselves. Alright, well that helps, but I don't really. Alright. Let's put in Joanna Falkirk. That doesn't help us find the name of the actual Joanna that we're looking for. Daughter of Mary Ann Falkirk. She is named after her aunt Joanna. She is notable for her her collection of poems called Dissidia. Dissidia of Final Fantasy. Alright, well that doesn't really help us that much. Alright. Well, we've looked up those names, unfortunately. Jorge Rosa. Alright, this is a big one. Jorge Rosa, better known in his native Brazil by the full name Jorge Rosa Lima, was an actor from the early 60s through the mid 80s. Began his career acting in several Cinema Novo films. Might as well see if this is important. Alright. Better known in Brazil as Jorge Rosa Lima, was an actor active through the 1960s and 80s. His career began with Cinema Novo films, including Andre Serrat's Death Drills a Well in 1969. Said movie got both him and Serrat exiled from Brazil. Alright, let's see. Rosa appeared in several productions. Gazoon tight, it's true. It subverted his rugged looks in one way or another. An amoral biker. Why do I keep trying to capitalize things? In Sunset. Dreams of Sunset. And a skeezy landlord. In custody. Or lawyer in custody. While he never commanded the money or fame to back it up, Lima fully embraced the movie star lifestyle and all that it came with it. After his death, a friend described him as a prodigious drinker with omnivorous sexuality. Rosa's career culminated and ended with Red Banners. His career ended with Red Banners. After completing the famously grueling shoot in Sicily, Rosa simply walked off the set drunk and was never seen alive again. After completing a grueling shoot, he walked off the set and was never seen again. His car was later found crashed into a tree near Catania, though his body was never recovered. Interesting. Geneva Drive has a Jorge Rosa death speculation thread with predictably ghoulish information. Lots of outlandish theories are floated, but the most irrational sounding one is that Rosa survived the crash but suddenly stumbled drunkenly out of his car and fell down a nearby cliff. This is effectively the official theory. Somehow, someone posted a copy of the original Italian police report on the accident. Drive posters believe that although that he survived the crash, but drunkenly stumbled off the edge of the cliff. Italian police seem to believe this theory as well. Alright. Let's see. Red Banners was... Red Banners is 1985, so 1984, maybe? We already have 1984, so suspect Jorge Rosa died in 1985. Suspect Jorge Rosa died of accident. Okay. Alright, so we've got some stuff now. Sad when it doesn't ink. Alright. Let's look up Cinema Nova. It's not important. Look up Andres... Andre Surratt. Do I have to type in the friggin' accent? You do? Oh my god, that's ridiculous. Alright. One of the wildest and most subversive voices in the Brazilian cinema novo, André Surratt was known for his characteristic lighting style, which gave his movies a sort of sun-baked or burnt look. His masterpiece, Death Drills a Well, remains required viewing for anyone interested in this period. Alright, let's look at this up. The source Ari points to on Death Drills a Well. Okay. That is all. Directed by André Surratt. Also known as... I don't know how to read Portuguese. Is from a film studies journal. One of the key texts for understanding the second phase of the cinema novo movement, Poço ties together light ideas of post-colonial imagination. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, does not sound particularly important for us as players. Alright. Tim Ailes probably not gonna show up with anything. Yeah. Anthropophagia. That's just cannibalism. James Moray. As a lawyer, Ari pulls his information up from the state bar. He seems to have retired from legal practice in 2007. He's listed... Okay, so this is not the guy who died, the James that they were talking about. So unimportant lawyer. A lawyer who retired 2007. So he didn't die. Carter Provost. Editor on various movies. Ari also finds an active social media account for him, suggesting that he's alive but retired. Alright. A movie editor who is alive but retired. He posts on alived. The opposite of unalived. He posts on social media. He is active on social media with his pets. Alright, Alright, so none of this is important. Well, we have stuff, I guess. Look. You smell bile emanating from the puddle of your own sick on the floor. Look safe. Anything else in the safe? Take canister. Take canister. Alright. Well. How do we find out Joanna's name? At this rate. Alright, so Joanna showed up on a call on a call sheet, right? Is there another call sheet that we don't know, that we haven't found? Alright, so the shorter black-haired woman is probably Joanna. So, unsent letter. We still don't know who Doc is still. We don't know who Sally is either. If you want me to finish the cut, you need to say it to make him back off. An editor who is named Sally. This is Rewired 3. Alright, we gotta guess, I guess. Sally Ross? Sally Ross! There it is. She is the other person in the thing. Alright. Sally Ross. Also, we need to look up, Alright. Sally Ross, film editor. Her TMDb page shows a long career spanning 60s, 70s, and 80s. Okay. Her works include all 3 Rewired movies. It also notes that she died in 1988. She died in 1988 of what? It was a murder. I already pulled out some contemporaneous articles. Ross's death was a highly publicized murder at the time. She was murdered in 1988. Alright. She was found dead, stabbed, slumped over her editing bay. Ross had a habit of working long into the night and probably died sometime after midnight. Multiple people entered and left the editing room she was working in that night. They all plausibly could have done it, but they also plausibly could have simply walked through the dark, silent editing room without realizing that Ross was already dead. Police never looked into the multiple suspects. About a half dozen people were arrested at different times in suspicion of her murder, but none of them were ever charged or tried for it, and Ross's murder remains an unsolved case to this day. It's a perennial favorite of cold case true crime stuff. Ari finds a 1998 book about it, an episode of a 2006 cable TV show, 2014 podcast, and a 2021 episode of a streaming TV show. Tous ça change. Alright. Well, we got that. Suspect Sally Ross died in 1988. Suspect Sally Ross died of murder. Alright, we only need 6 more people! Let's freaking go! We're really close. Can we do this? Can we finish this tonight? Alright. So Sally Ross. It's 1988. She was murdered. I think it was these 3, right? It has to be these 3. Alright. So we are missing 74, potentially. That would be Joanna, if we can find her last name. Her last name is probably still, Falkirk, right? $1983. Oh wait. No, 1973. 1974? You know, I saw Corda's last movie, right? Brief Candle, 1987. How'd you like it? Good, weird, might rewatch it after we're done. Alright. Falkirk? 1974? Alright, we still need to find out how Magda died. She can only have died in 1991 at this point. Or 89, I guess. 91 or 89. But we don't know how she died. This is Jorge Rosa. This was him quitting. I think this is just to find out that it was Rosa. Mr. Sorensen's family. This is to find out how Mr. Sorensen died. Greenaway. Having an eerie echo a decade later. Quantico accident. Who died during for Quantico? Mm. 1975. Alvaro Ramirez. That was the mic accident, right? Terry Glafutis. was died. It was the one that died in a car accident. So that's the one that they're probably talking about for Greenaway. Geneva. Of course, the star in my... We don't know who Star is. Do we? Ben? Do we know any Bens? We don't. Alright. California does not agree with you and... Okay. This is the pet name, right? Why is the niece calling... using a pet name? Peter Steyer? No, Star is a woman. So unlikely to be Peter. Joanna Steyer? There it is. That was her name. Ari shares a bare bones Wikipedia page. Joanna Starr is an American actress. Known primarily for her role in Custody. Her only starring film role. Previously, okay. They're a bit magnified by big circle frame glasses. She's part of the Sunset 6 photo. There are several threads about Joanna Starr's death in the Geneva Drive forums, particularly most of them are full of speculation or trying to connect different conspiracy theories. Maybe the demise of Betamax is the key to the whole affair. Alright, so she died of an accident. Custody. So if we go back to Geneva Drive, we can connect this to Joanna Steyer. Oops. Some Metroid Fusion music happening right now. So Joanna Steyer would have died in, Armature Studios. Custody, so 1980. 80 or 81. He was a starring role in Custody, so 81 most likely then. Erase. Joanna Falkirk. Suspect. Joanna Starr died in 1980. Died of accident. Okay, we might as well like look up Piotr Minoy, just in case. Do we have any dangling first names anywhere? That's gonna be the hard thing to look up. Letters are probably our best bet for that. There's a J. We don't know J yet. Andrew Lord. There's also Rita. I'm not seeing a lot of first names anywhere anymore, though. James. There are a lot of Jameses. Besides being their stunt double. There's James Dahl, there's James Morey, who is a lawyer who must be feeling particularly strange about what happened. Why would they be feeling particularly strange about what happened? Alright. Alright, Doc Greenaway. Richard Doc Greenaway comes up primarily through a lot. Okay, so that's Greenaway. Richard Doc Greenaway. Comes up primarily in documentation about his death. An infamous on-set accident during the shooting of Quantico. During Quantico. In which Greenaway's motorcycle went over a tool someone in the crew had left behind, causing it to tilt and throw him off at high speed. His motorcycle went over a tool someone left behind, flinging him from the vehicle at high speed. This happened halfway through principal photography, about 7 months before Amateur Studios released Quantico Theaters in the early summer of 1975. So, this happened in 1974. Happened roughly 7 months before the release of Quantico in early summer 1975. So Doc Greenaway is 1974, or Mr. 1974. Kinophobia. (1974) is Doc Greenaway, who died from an accident. Joanna Starr died in like the 80s. I don't know why I still have her as like this. Alright. Suspect Doc Greenaway died in 1974. Died of... Do we need to have his real name or his... died of accident. Okay. They count. That also means that a decade later, someone also died of the same thing. Greenaway. Alright. So, Marcella Myers. Myers dies days before her last movie. Sari gets cast in a very Myers-like role in Corda's next movie. So that's why she got the role. So Marcella Myers died in 1978. Magda Marcel died of unknown causes in 1991. Still don't know what's going on with Magda Marcel. Was she murdered? Was she replaced? What happened? She didn't go to. She finds that the director basically vanished directly from entirely from the film industry, communicating exclusively through her agent. So she probably died in 1991. But what happened to her? I'm deleting and closing this thread. Henceforth, all discussion of Maggie Marcel is banned. Not Kai. Aliens got her, it's true. Big mainstream national news mags. We still have we don't have enough names either. We have everything filled up here, though. So we don't know who could have died from the similar accident to Doc Greenaway. Suspect Jen Corda died of suicide. Alright, one more set. We're almost there. So the only years that we have are missing now are 81, 89, and 91. It's not Les Resnick. Les Resnick is not going to be here. He died. He disappeared too soon. What else do we need? What do we have? Is there a way to watch this reel? Why is everything just defaulting to that now? A lance of pain shooting through your chest and then sense of movement, like something being removed. 3 pairs? Okay. Alright. We don't know how Magna Marcel died is the problem. This is possibly a hint towards that? But no, everyone thinks she's alive, so probably not. No one else died of a similar accident, though. Unless you count George Rosa? Or Jorge Rosa? Sorensen was in a plane crash. Sally Ross was murdered. Yeah, there's nothing similar. Guess just the vehicle part? That's... yeah. Alright. Maybe that 89 death? Maybe. Alright. Let's take a quick look at stuff again. Stuff we're not sure about. Drug recorder destroyed the... okay. So this is about the film, I think, that we got. Quarter told about Torrensen's death. Resigns. Joanna's death is the blue letter. We still don't know the thing about Petya. Odd contract of Marcella Myers. What is this about? Yeah, it's just to tell us about Terry Glafutis. Terry Glafutis died of an accident, right? It was the car accident. Yeah. Unsure why the cassette changes color. Probably just like an error. Hairdressers. Black and white poster for Janine Got a Gun. This tells us about Crispin Lloyd. This is where we learn about Teddy Serpico and Annie Serpico, essentially. Emily Givens is not important to this. Letter dated June 1985. Letter dated 2005. J sends the coroner's report on James Dull. A Dull report. work with the same killer. Okay. So that was the 3 people who were all killed by the same person. All right, we're gonna list that Magda, what's her name? Magna Marcel was murdered, died of murder. Just because it's suspicious that someone would take over her identity without knowing that she was dead. But that still leaves us with not having any other names. We have Piotr, who we don't know who they are associated with. Julia's apartment. Blood out call sheet. Deja vu. Letter. November 1983. Oops. Now this is about finding. This is to connect Jorge to Tim. This is the Alvaro Ramirez death. Look, LA Times, May 1979. Anything else important in here that... Let's see. Freak accident. Look, Boston Globe. I'm running out of names here. All right, let's look at the hint machine. All right, there's something I missed in the sealed office. All right, go to sealed office. Well, maybe there's something I missed in here. Look windows. Look desk. Look door. Alright, go to mezzanine. I don't remember the name of this office. Large office. Take statue. Go to sealed office. Put statue on desk. Look compartment. Look inside compartment. There's nothing in here. Alright. Now, they did say that we have basically everything, right? Come on, just show the same hint as before. Why are you gotta be like this? Make sure you gotta look at everything in sealed office. What does that mean? Look bookshelf. Oh, I haven't looked at the bookshelf. Duh. Peter Nikolaev. I slipped my mind that we didn't look at the bookshelf. Alright. There's Peter. A Russian American. Sci-fi author. Known as one of the founding fathers of modern science fiction. An old record. Okay. During the 50s, he was early to almost every major current in SF writing. Robots, artificial intelligence, space travel, aliens, time travel. Alright, there's Nikolaev. Okay. He took his own life in 1981. We got 1981! Let's freaking go! Peter Nikolaev. Cause of death. Suicide. Suspect. Peter Nikolaev. Died in 1990 or 1981. Died of suicide. Alright, but I still don't know what else is to do now. Look, let out. Why does it need a second look? Okay, Alright, that's probably what it wanted. Alright. You know certain arbitrary related deaths rhyme, repeating old patterns. Alright, so someone else died. But well, I don't have a name though. I mean, if it's an accident, right? Some deaths happen on the release. You only have 91. Yeah? I don't have a name! I have one more name I don't have! What do you mean? Alright. Alright, whatever. Suspect, Magda Marcel died in 1991. And suspect that she died of murder. And then we're just gonna guess. We're just gonna try to brute force the last one, I guess, based on this call sheet of bled out. Oh wait. Okay, erase Phil Simon. Suspect, Matt Treviso died of accident. Died in 1989. There you go. We did it. That's it. That's all of them. All 24 souls. They said a decade. I guess it's like, you know, 15 years later is a decade. I guess. All 24 souls. You rub your temple dry. You know what this is supposed to end in the screening room next to the basement. Go to archives. Let's finish this. Go west. A film projector sits on the back of the room. There's no film in it. Put film in projector. Alright. A small private screening room. Unlike the rest of the studio lot, this has not been gutted by any of the attempts at renovation. In fact, okay, whoa. Save. The last. Red carpet underfoot. 4 rows of movie theater seating. A white screen on the far wall. The projector room door leads back east of the basement. Film projector sits in the back of the room. There's no film in it. Put reel in projector. What feed reel? What the frick do you mean? In a projector, film starts its journey around the feed reel at the top. Okay. Put film reel in projector. You're not exactly a projectionist, but you managed to figure out the correct path to wire the celluloid around. Eat file. Touch reel. Touch projector. Touch film reel. Okay. Undo. Look. Wait, south. Alright. Turn on projector. There's a low rattling sound of the celluloid flying in the front of the aperture. There's a bright silver light suddenly filling the room. On the screen, you see a black and white desert scene. Mountains, joshua trees, dry soil, a moon hangs overhead. In the middle of the frame is an empty folding chair. A figure walks... A folding chair you might see on a movie set. Canvas, back, and seat. A figure walks in from off-screen and sits in the folding chair. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and a prominent widow's peak. You recognize him immediately as Les Resnick, Gregory Corda's one-time mentor. Les Resnick has piercing eyes that seem to stare out through the scene directly at you. The man on the screen opens his mouth to talk, but something goes wrong. A black line opens out his neck, blood seen in black and white. There's a gash in his neck and something crawling behind his eyes. This isn't Resnick at all. It's something wearing his skin. Its mouth twists in a too wide imitation of a smile. I expect you're here to get rid of me. His voice isn't the choked gurgle of a man with his throat slit, but neither is it human. Yeah. You know the rules. You've done this. You know the rules. You've done this before. Can't hardly wrestle you when you're stuck like this. Battle of wits, then. He smiles even wider. Something slimy crawls out of his mouth. That would be acceptable. You think back to your contract. You're charging haunting rates for this, not demon rates. Unbelievable. Time passes. The demon squirms in his seat. An easy question to start. Can you name the body I'm wearing? Les Resnick? Say Les Resnick. Resnick has done such rituals before. The transference of a spirit into a vessel and then the vessel into celluloid. Corda's innovation was to realize this was a way to get rid of a body, and so he spreads his arm theatrically, blood gushes from his open throat. Here I am. He was killing people? I guess to sacrifice people. The demon continued his interrogation. Gregory's first agreement with me was simple. Barely an agreement at all. Really, in binding me, he did most of the work, got himself rid of an impediment. He wanted to direct, and so he did. The talent was more or less his own. I spent the next 10 years in a tin can while the money rolled in, until he made one misstep. Right movie at the wrong time, as he put it. You might know what that one was called? Oh, shoot. What was the right movie at the wrong time? Brief candle? Let's see. Got rid of an impediment. He wanted to direct, and so he did. Okay, so he got rid of Les Resnick. I don't have any details about a lot of these. Say Hero of Two Worlds? The demon rolls his eyes. It was Dreams of Sunset. I thought it didn't do well. I guess they did say it was... whatever. To take an old-fashioned classic, show tunes, and figure-snapping musical in 1973. What a concept. His laugh is a hollow sound. Gregory had never known failure like that. He was terrified. He slid me into the projector like you just did, and we made a deal. The demon slumped in his chair, as if the strain of talking is breaking down the body and habits. Those were the salad days. I made it so easy for him. He didn't want to have get his hands dirty. No more knives in the dark. Just every year a coincidence, an accident, an angry housewife, a sudden illness. The money and awards kept rolling in. A smarter man than Gregory would have noticed. It would have ignored it. Would have learned to forget what was really going on. Maybe he did for a time, but Marcella was shocked. You remember this year she died, of course. Of course, I have it written down. Who was the last one? It was Let Out Call Sheet. It was Matt Treviso. Let's make sure we get this. Matt Treviso. Accident. I don't know if I don't remember what we did for Magda. It was probably murder though. 1989. Hello? Why did you do this to me? Okay, let's get this sorted. Alright. Anyway. Marcella. 1978. The demon seems almost fond of this recollection. Oh, he dragged me out of the can and just screamed and cried. It's not as if it had taken anyone close to him before. It could hardly be equivalent exchange if I didn't. The demon tilts his head unnervingly. You're doing well so far. It's time for a rapid fire round. Wait. Of the many deaths, one of the most more deliciously circuitous was the hairdresser. You recall her name, of course? Yes, it was Melissa Wong. Indeed, next question. The man's body twists and squirms in the chair. Yes, one death looked like a car accident, but was in fact a murder. And that was Terry Glyphodis. Next harder. Joanna had a sister, a woman by the name of Mary Ann Falkirk. What? Did I not say it right? Oh, it was no E! God damn it! Wrong, moving on. His body is twitching now as if struggling against an unseen force. There were 3 suicides. 2 of them were Jen and Gregory Korda. Who was the other one? It was Peter... how do you spell his name? Nikolaev. Correct, next question. He grins horribly and black blood spills from his mouth. Last question of the rapid fire round. One murder was subtle, a woman replaced by an imposter. But only one woman realized the truth of it. Her name? Seimichi Nakai. That's right, next question. The demon's face is barely coherent now, just muscle and teeth and eyes gyrating and twisting, but the voice remains steady. Yes, I can work with this. Just a few more questions. Time for the final round. Don't screw this up for us. The animated corpse on the screen suddenly stops moving, hanging limp for a second. Then he continues his deranged game show. There was one particular death that finally broke Gregory Korda. It was Levin. Alright, Levin Sorensen. He spasms in an attempt to nod. Sorensen was Korda's last real friend. The demon continues his story. Once Sorensen was gone, Korda was just a haunted man in a haunted studio, not making haunted movies. And when Gregory was done, well, so was her deal. Or his half of it, anyway. You're still claiming people, but Jen never had the success her husband enjoyed. Her head is throbbing, even saying the words is becoming difficult. Or, your head is throbbing, even saying the words is becoming difficult. It wasn't her deal. Her credit was no good. She kept trying to cash his checks and they kept bouncing. Worms and flies crawled out of the spreading gash that is the corpse's head. The whole body split open like a grotesque flower. Soon the swarm has filled the entire frame. No more desert, no more mountains, no more moon. Just the writhing mass pooling against the fourth wall, and then the silver light beaming from the projector simply breaks the image open as the film itself starts to disintegrate. The screen glows blank. You smell burnt hair, burnt celluloid. Fire spreads over the spools and reels. Soon nothing remains but a dusting of ash over the projector's take-up reel. Your head feels like you just laid it under a passing train. You stagger up the stairs and out of the derelict studio building, fishing your phone out of your pocket and to send off a text. Come pick me up, I don't think I can drive. You can't decide if the rumbling of the car as Ari goes 5 over the speed limit is a comfort or going to make you nauseous. Ari hands you a tissue. You dab the dried vomit from the corners of your mouth. So how'd it go? Bad. A demon, huh? Did you beat it? Yeah. That's good, at least. You hungry? I can eat. No. Yeah, let's go eat. She turns on the exit. You slump in your chair. Ahead of you, the sun crests over the mountains. You have an invoice to email. Alright, save. Oops. Oh. Can't go east? It says exits are east. Afterward. Originally written in for Ectocomp 2025. Alright. We can look this up again as needed. This was pretty fun. I don't like some of the hints. Some of the hint system was a little bit weird. I think it would be better if the hint system showed more hints. Like all of the hints that you had before. Because imagine if you save and you just no longer see that hint ever again. Right? Anyway. And also, the hint should probably have shown the key. Or where the key was. Instead of telling me the answer was in the place I couldn't access because I needed the key. But other than that, the game was nice. Let's look at our score. I answered 7 out of 9 questions correctly. One of them I just misspelled the name. I added an extra E. That wasn't my fault. I should have checked. But anyway. Yeah. So that was Kinophobia. I really like this. I think if they were to make this like into like a Steam game, I think it would fit better as a point and click than it does as this kind of game. Like a point and click with like a search bar rather than having to type in commands. I think it would fit it much better. I understand this is probably a limitation of like the game jam or whatever it was. But I think that would be the best way to improve this. It would make seeing things easier, looking up your notes maybe a little bit easier. I don't know. But yeah, I did enjoy this. I didn't like that I ended up having to use hints, but I think in the end, most of the stuff we had to get hints for were pretty difficult, and we ended up solving most of the things anyway. So that was fun. But yeah. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you being here. I wanted to finish this tonight because Saturday we are going to start our Hyrule Warriors journey with Age of Imprisonment. I mean, I played the original Hyrule Warriors, but we're going to be playing a lot of Age of Imprisonment because I want to get through that story. I want to absorb that story for myself. So that is going to be it for me. Yeah, it's already out, so get ahead of me before I start playing the game. Yeah. For those of you on YouTube, this is the end of the stream. Whoops. Oh, that was not good. I should not have done that. So you should go, I don't know, do the YouTube things, like, subscribe, comment. While the rest of us on Twitch are gonna go find somebody to raid. If you have any suggestions for any more games like this, I would like to play more. I do have some more that are kind of like this that we'll be playing after Hyrule Warriors probably, or maybe on weekends. But yeah, that is gonna be it from YouTube. Hope to see you around on Saturday for Hyrule Warriors, and if not then, maybe some other time. I'll be seeing you around. Later. Bye!